committee of the whole is back in order. Colleagues, hope you had a good lunch. When we left off, we were on DOA, and right now I'm making a ruling that Section 17 for realign is not in order, and I will have it removed and struck through with no objection. No objection. It's struck through and it's gone. So I will have legal take care of that. We are now on rev and tax. Mr. Speaker, do you have any questions on rev and tax?
I guess it's the same thing, Mr. Chair, is the exercise on the five, the EBR, the S-bill.
Yes, sir. So OFB just got in. So we'll take a 1-minute recess so that we can have that presentation.
Thank you, sir.
The committee of the whole is back in order. Mr. Speaker, stand by, and OFB will make their presentation on the 5 categories.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appropriation for FY26 for Department of Revenue Taxation for the General Fund, General Fund, and also all funds is $17,735,489. The EBR is at $19,700,397. The OFB S-bill is at $18,800,405. The variance between the OFB and the EBR is $899,992. Right now, as of the May CER, they are expecting 0 lapses.
I'm sorry, so Mr. Chair, I didn't hear that last part. Steve, what was the lapses again?
Expect no lapses.
Just for the body's notification on that. So they were under the emergency procurement sole source. They used all their money to be able to do that 2.2 million sole source contract, which was a good thing because we got revenue tax running again. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I recognize this is a lump sum budget, so it's very difficult to be able to ascertain what they were going to be doing. And do you have any idea, Mr. Guerrero, as to what their rental costs are, and what, because from my understanding, they're looking for other space, but I'm assuming the rental cost is a part of this budget.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Gomatauto, revenue tax, page 78.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly to OFB, I just want to make sure I had it correct. How many funded vacancies are they going to be carrying over? Of their workforce.
Roughly about 30 positions, Senator, 30.
All right, thank you so much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sabina Flores-Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question regarding page 79 of DRT, where it talks about appropriating from the subsection H, basically appropriating from their total appropriations to 3 different divisions or 3 different purposes. So on the first one, A, so I had an opportunity to review the budget and see that for the subsection A, it matches the division's allocation. But in subsection B, the amount of $2,821,683 is allocated to the whole taxpayer division. But in this particular case, it's designating that whole amount for a whole division to one particular, as I'm reading this, if I'm reading it correctly, it's basically taking a whole division's allocation and putting it to one purpose, which is states that to the Taxpayer Services Division for the operations of used tax collections. And so this particular division, the Taxpayer Services Division, includes several roles or responsibilities. One is the Income Tax Assistance and Processing Branch. One is a Business Privilege Tax Branch. The other important function of this division is electronic data processing branch. And the State Wage and Information Collection Agency, or SWICA. It includes the accounting branch and central files branch. And so nowhere in this particular division, it has one dedicated use tax collection branch. So the concern of the way that this is worded is that the agency may have to, if it's only for use tax collections, then they would have to take away from their total appropriations to fund these other important functions. Was that the intention of the wording of this subsection B in Bill 79, is just to dedicate it to use tax collections and defund the other parts, or expect the agency to use their total appropriations to fund the other functions of this particular division?
Senator, the intent was not just specifically to defund the other areas. The way that since this is a PBB agency, they submitted their PBB format for the selected areas through their division. So this is through the request of the agency.
Okay. When I spoke with the director, and she was not aware of the wording of this particular subsection, and so I don't think, well, when I spoke with her, maybe you can reach out to them as well. You know, perhaps the wording needs to be changed so that the other parts are not defunded, because the way it's reading is that Taxpayer Service Division for operations of the use tax collections. So again, there's no use tax collection specifically in any of these within the Taxpayer Service Division, which means there is a high likelihood of not funding the other functions. And, you know, we know DRT has long lines when it comes to, you know, tax day. I mean, the impact of this particular wording could potentially create chaos within DRT. They already have enough to deal with as it is. So I don't have a particular amendment, but I feel that this could be corrected by simple change of the verbiage, because right now it looks to me that it's only going to use tax collections. The whole division's budget or allocation is going to one particular function, when they have 8 other functions, I believe. Wait, did I say 6 other functions? You can stop the time, please.
For this division, then of course, like what I'm saying, is not the intent is to defund the other programs. It is a lump sum for that division, so that's how it was submitted. Of course, the purpose was for us to specify for the use tax, so they would just have to use an allocation of that portion for that said division.
Okay, Mr. Chair, my hope is that, you know, your office can fix the language, because right now, as I'm reading it, it's only going to one function and it's defunding the other parts.
We will communicate with Rev and Tax and see if we can classify this as legal technical, and I think we can do that.
Okay.
We will speak to them, and let's go ahead and make a mark on that OFB, and note that we need to communicate with them that it's not an appropriation level issue. So I don't think we'd have any problems working with legal to adjust language to suffice to what the division's supposed to be doing.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator.
The other thing I want to point out is the same thing goes for subsection C. Again, the same problem. The division is allocated in the budget that amount, but in the way particular wording, it only goes to the business license office. And when you look at the regulatory division, it not only includes the licensing office, it includes compliance branch, which means the Compliance for Alcohol Beverage Control Act, the business licensing laws, lodging facilities, Tobacco Control Act, Gaming Control Act, Cannabis Industry Act. So, you know, just the wording in itself is defunding. Oh, and I forgot, there's also Weights and Measures branch. Insurance and Securities has their own funding, but it's also included in this regulatory division. So the same thing applies as was spoken in the subsection B, that, you know, again, if the chair can work with Department of Revenue and Taxation because the last thing we want to do is inadvertently create chaos at DRT with the language that's written here. We've been here before where the language was not sufficient for another agency, and we had to come back and do another bill. So might as well just take care of it now before the budget.
Senator Perez, according to OFB, this is the first time they're itemizing. So yes, we will work on the language with DRT and work with legal as a legal and technical corrections to the bill.
Masi.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Rev and tax. Rev and tax, seeing and hearing none. Rev and tax is closed. Colleagues, we are now on page 80, Bureau of Statistics and Plans, and OFB will do their presentation.
Yes, for FY26, the appropriation level is $1,973,531. The EBR is at $1,973,531. The SBO is at $1,973,531. There's no variance between the SBO and the EBR. As far as their May lapses, they anticipate no lapses to the end of the year.
So on BSP, anyone wish to speak on BSP? Senator Tadigui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, did BSP mention anything about losing any federal funding? And did they request for any matching funds?
No, they did not, Senator.
And you did concur this amount with the director?
We spoke to the ASO of the department.
Did they have an oversight? Or did they have a budget hearing? No.
They did not have an oversight hearing, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
On BSP, any questions on BSP? Seeing and hearing none, BSP is closed. Colleagues, we are now on page 81, Department of Public Works. OFB, do your presentation, please.
For their FY26 appropriation level, their appropriation is $22,297,050. The EBR is $33,202,938. The SBO is at $22,915,982. The difference between the OFB, SBO, and EBR is $10,286,956. Their May projected lapses is at $1,374,060.
On Public Works. Anyone wish to speak? Senator Tadigui, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, the variance between the executive branch and the substituted bill is $10,286,000 plus. So what was it that we did not fund that the administration asked us to fund on that $10 million?
The majority of that amount, Senator, was the $10 million for the road maintenance.
And that road maintenance and repair, resurfacing, we gave them $2 million. It's something that we keep doing every budget, not really addressing the need for our roads to be safer and those potholes and ruining our cars, our vehicles, let alone just some areas still don't have the ability to have even these dump trucks, or not dump trucks, but trash trucks to go into these areas to pick up trash where people have to still walk almost half a mile just to pull their trash can out to the main road. There's so many, and we got, what, 800 back in, what, 10 years or 15 years ago? It was saying that it was $800 million, and we're still not putting enough into this, this area of DPW, providing the funding for roads. And so you're saying to me that the full 10 million is for the roads. It was also mentioned in a news article that the governor is taking 20 million from ARP money, funds from the ARP funds to put into road repairs. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, Senator, it is.
So is this the reason why you decided not to put, or, you know, there was a discussion as to not fund this $10 million?
We took that into consideration, yes.
And is it true that the governor has allocated ARP money for certain agencies and then turned around and reappropriated it to somewhere else, which she has that prerogative, like she's done with the hospital? I think the hospital started out at almost $200 million, and it's now down to 104, if I'm not mistaken, or no, 75 now, 75 million, because she deappropriated and put it somewhere else. I mean, can we guarantee that this money is going to really go to roads from her? We can't guarantee it, but we need to do our part. I mean, for years, Steve, last year, how much did we give in FY26 for road repairs in FY26?
We gave a total of 2 million, Senator.
Well, how about FY25?
In FY20, in FY25, Senator, we appropriated 2 million.
Wow, you guys, I mean, come on, you know, it's our responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of our island, and that means that the roads, you know, how many accidents there's been, how many people don't have access to a paved road. I remember we put funding away to build a road in the Down Zero area because buses could not come and pick up children, because the buses couldn't get in there. And these kids had to walk in mud and sludge when it rains just to get to their bus stop. And this is an area where families don't always have 2 or 3, you know, 2 cars. They're lucky to have one, and it's used to go to work with. And they have to leave early, and kids are just drenched when they get into classrooms. So, colleagues, I do have an amendment for this in the miscellaneous provisions, and I ask that you support. The biggest cry, the biggest concern on this island, next to, of course, the drug epidemic, is the roads. Ask anyone out there. They're just so sick and tired of their cars breaking, the axles on their cars are wheel alignment, throws it off, and it's just a huge safety issue on accidents. Now, the federal government takes care of some of the main roads, and even some of those are bad, but, you know, there's federal money for that. But there is no local funding or no federal funding for our village streets outside of the main thoroughfare. So we need to do our part, and for the last, that's just 3 years, we haven't given them any funding except $2 million, when we know doggone well it's way over $800 million just to repair some of these roads. $800 million. And what have we been doing? Giving $2 million every year for the last 3 years. I can bet you 10 to 1 if we go even further back, it's only $2 million. So come on, let's do our job. Finally, this time, we can actually say we're going to give 10 million. And let's just hope and pray the governor keeps to her 20 million that she said instead of reappropriate it somewhere else. Because we all seen that ARP move from point A to point B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. In the oversight hearing that we had with Public Works, they said the reason why they received the 20 million was they have contracts in place to do the work. So chances of that moving out is, that's what the governor had done, is put that money to places where they knew they could expend it by December. So I concur with you, but that was taken into consideration, and we were assured that they were going to move on it and exhaust the 20 million. Thank you. On Public Works, anyone else on Public Works? Senator Tulay, you recognize.
Thank you. I'm just checking this on page 82, 4B, where you give an allocation for the from the recycling revolving fund for the disposal and removal of abandoned vehicles. If I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at last year's budget. It says that 1.5 million appropriated from the, no. 1.5 million appropriation from the EPA to the Mayor's Council for the island-wide cleanup. I don't know, that's confusing. But can we just allocate from the recycling revolving fund without appropriating it?
Yes, Senator, we've done that in the past.
All right, I'm looking at the budget from last year. This was not in last year's budget. This is new because it's going now to DPW, right?
It wasn't under DPW, but it was under the Mayor's Council.
Right, that's what I'm reading, the mayor's. And then for the mayor's, it says, yeah, there's an appropriation from, I think they appropriated to EPA and then to the mayor's in that bill, right? So, yeah, do you think this recycling revolving fund statute authorizes us to just allocate it without appropriating it? Because it looks to me here like we appropriated it first and then gave it to the mayors from EPA and told them, you know. Because you do the same in subsection B for the building and design fee fund. You're just allocating from these funds like we can allocate out of a special fund without appropriating out of a special fund. And that doesn't seem right to me. And then I wanted to know about the amount that was given to the mayors was 1.5 million, and this one here is 3 million.
That's correct, Senator.
So I can address that if you allow me to.
Is
Yeah.
OFB not able? Yeah?
Yeah, so we did this together under performance-based budgeting. This is why the title on the top was there. They had conversations with the Mayor's Council. The Mayor's Council was having difficulty getting the contracts completed with EPA when they were doing it through EPA. So with this allocation, DPW stated that they are prepared and they would wish to take on the responsibility since they were designated it to do it. And they had more effective machinery, as well as they actually have the responsibility to deal with abandoned vehicles. So we made the decision, and the mayors understand it, that DPW is now the absolute point of contact for removal of abandoned vehicles.
DPW was on an appropriation?
Well, I don't know about the wording of that one, but it's one of the allowable uses.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm just asking, you came up with the one, we were only giving the mayors 1.5, but it's just OFB that came up with 3 million for the DPW?
In consultation with them, it was part of their performance measures.
I'm sure the
And-
mayors would have loved that too.
Yeah,
The-
the difficulty the mayors had really was the procurement. If you talk to the
Yeah,
president
that,
of the council,
I totally understand
very
that. That's
difficult.
not the question at all. It's, if it's a procurement problem and they think DPW is going to handle it better, that's one thing. But if they're doubling the amount, that's a whole other thing. I'm sure that mayors would have appreciated the higher amount. And I just want to know again, are you, I'm not seen this before where you just allocate out of a special fund, especially the recycling revolving fund is not at all within DPW's control. We need to, don't we need to appropriate out of special funds in accordance with their statutes? This is not listed in the preceding where you list all out the special funds. So anyways, these are in addition to their budget, right? 7 million from the building and design fee fund. Was that done last year? That's an allocation again out of a special fund.
It's the same language, Senator, we used.
No, this is new.
Okay, Senator, I could explain that. So for that section, that the building permits is a selected PBB section. So just based on the research and meetings with DPW, that said funding source is through their own. This is just for PBB purposes.
No, I
To-
understand. You want to give them a special amount instead of part of the lump sum because you want to have them account for it. It's like what you did with rev and tax, but in rev and tax, you appropriated it out of, or supposed to be allocated it out of the big appropriation. This one, you're getting it directly from special funds, and I'm just saying, I've never seen an allocation out of a special fund. Even Chamorro Land Trust, we have to appropriate the money out of the special funds for the Chamorro Land Trust. So
Yes,
one
this is, I'm sorry. So this is based on discussion with DPW and the director.
No, I'm sure they want this amount. I'm just saying you, in our jobs, supposed to be taking care of these special funds as mandated by law. So can I just ask, for the 3 million, what have they promised to perform? For the abandoned vehicles, disposal and removal of abandoned vehicles, for double the amount of what we gave the mayors, what are they promising? Or what are you, yes, what was the basis of
Senator,
the
my
double?
understanding on the request to increase it from 1.5 million to 3 million was to provide basically additional services that Public Works felt they can do given the funding. In speaking with the Mayor's Council, the President Jesse Alex, regardless of what funding we gave them, he felt that the Mayor's Council didn't want this program anymore, and it was better that Public Works take over it.
I'm totally on board with that. My question is just the amount. You doubled the amount. So I want to know, are we expecting double the work? Are we going to get double the cars off the street, double the abandoned vehicles away from the villages? That's what I'm asking.
Absolutely.
Because it's a $1.5 million increase. But
Yes.
do you have anything to measure that by? They didn't give you anything substantive of what is promised?
Actually, yes. They said that even during their oversight, and when we did with the chairman, Senator Ada, they basically said that right now they're between 275 to 450 per vehicle to go out and remove and do all the processing and everything else before they can, deem it having been disposed of. And they said that that's why this $3 million would make a huge, would basically triple their efforts. In fact, if we go back to their presentation, they said over the next couple of years, they can use the whole 20 million that's in the account and really get contracts to almost simultaneously get rid of abandoned vehicles. And that's why they're out on an RFP right now. That was also their presentation in the roundtable as well as their public hearing. So yeah, that's why their performance-based metrics basically said double that appropriation and they'll more than double the job.
Senator, if I may add also, part of the information that we see from Public Works is that the cost of doing business is going up. And they're saying even the cost of removing one vehicle is increasing by a couple of $100s. So they're projected to take off at least 500 to 600 vehicles per year. And, it costs around $750 per car to be removed.
That's double the amount per car that was just quoted.
And that's what they said. They said it was going up. And that's why also they are also considering working with, and this is why the director was consistently saying, they're in the business of trash removal, and they want to work and partner with GSWA on this project eventually as well. So we have to come to a more economical way of doing it, but that's the way it stands right now.
Yes, I do hope they come up with a more economical way of doing it, since they are mastering the whole process now, not just part of it, and we have completely doubled that appropriation. Have you looked up the funds? Are we able to just allocate out of the revolving fund that's controlled by EPA over to a whole other agency without appropriation? I'm going to leave it at that, but I just think this is not appropriate. But.
So just another point on that, from what we understand, this has been the method, even when we did it with the mayors.
No, this is not.
It was allocated. Vanessa, go ahead and go online and make that statement.
I've looked at the appropriations, and it comes from EPA to the mayors, but always, you can't just stick it straight.
Based on the current public law, and it was under the mayor's chapter, it was under the recycling revolving fund, its authorization from that funding source to the mayors. So it's page.
From EPA, right?
Yeah.
It says from the EPA appropriation, right?
Shall be allocated from the
Shall be allocated.
recycling revolving fund.
Right.
Shall be allocated.
Yeah, after the EPA appropriation. That's a thing.
EPA controls this fund. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why we have to appropriate
So
it
they
even
do
for
it
them to
as
use.
an allocation.
Yes.
Thank you. On DPW, anybody else to speak on DPW? Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to bring light information regarding the question that was asked by the retiring speaker. And according to the public law, it states it is at the discretion of the administrator of Guam EPA to approve DPW, the Mayor's Council of Guam, or both to contract for services as provided by Section 51306, and such approval may be revoked by the administrator at any time. So it does require approval by Guam EPA. We can't just copy and paste language from past budgets. Again, that's why I think that it can't be an allocation, especially if the approval is by the agency that administers that special fund. The question I have in regards to, so I see there's a lot of similarities between the previous budget and this budget. But in looking at it, on the number 3 on page 81, which continues on to page 80, 82. Yeah, it's unfortunate because I think and I don't have an amendment for this. But, so the contractual agreement of road maintenance, it puts it towards resurfacing of roads and repairs, and it goes to funding bicycle lane infrastructure. Yeah, it's unfortunate we couldn't add also sidewalks to this. Yeah, without having an amendment to this, because, you know, again, in regards to our tourist industry, we see a lot of the tourists walk down from the airport to wherever their lodging is on that very dangerous path, right? I think that's something to think about for the budget, if it's possible to change that section. Question I have is a building and design fee fund. Steve, where is this money coming from? Is this a special fund? And yeah, how's the money collected for this? And how is it tracking?
Senator, it's a fund within Department of Public Works. And since we utilize the PBB, we're accounting for it now in this year's budget.
Okay, where's the source of funds come from?
From permit and inspection fees.
Okay. And is it tracking? How's it tracking?
They are tracking up to the level, Senator, that was provided.
Okay, I mean, as far as like previous years, that's what I meant. Like, how do you compare with previous years?
I would have to go back and look at the data on that, Senator.
Okay, how about last year? What was last year?
Because this is their fund, this is not a special fund.
I would have to go back again, Senator, because like I said, this is the first year we're tracking it simply because they used it as part of their PBB presentation.
Okay. All right, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
On DPW, anyone else on DPW? Yes, Senator Montanani.
I think we're all concerned about the village streets and the repairs to them. Do you recall, Steve, whether Lester Carlson from BBMR confirmed that that $20 million in ARP was in fact transferred to DPW?
Actually, I can do that because he did it here when we were doing revenues. Yes.
Yes. Okay, I was just trying to verify that that in fact was transferred.
Thank you, Senator. Senator San Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, thank you for increasing the amount for the recycling revolving fund, which is reference to abandoned vehicle. You know, it just amazes me how in the previous years, I've commented this at EPA, that why do you keep claiming they're abandoned? They're not abandoned, they're littering. There's a $1,000 fine for littering. Every vehicle has a registered owner or a certified title owner. And that amazes me that we keep calling. Anyway, I'm drafting a bill to change the abandoned vehicle to a disposal fee, so that money, if DPW is going to be the one responsible, they just take all that money, and if you as an owner says, or feels that day, or that year says, I need to get rid of my vehicle, call DPW, tell them your license plate number, you're the registered owner, sign off the vehicle, they'll come and get it, and it's done. Because there's not one vehicle out there that's abandoned. It's littering. You know, we talk about people, let's clean up Guam and stuff, and we cite them for littering. But we don't cite the owners of these vehicles. And the speaker and I are a former police officer. We know what this is all about. We'll give a ticket for that stuff, very easy. But Anyway, that's the only thing, and I'm happy that they increased the amount, but the increase of just to move a vehicle, that amazes me, that group them, package them, send them out. But whatever, and we'll see what happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Agustin. On Public Works. Seeing and hearing none, Public Works is closed. Colleagues, we are now on page 83, Guam Contractors Licensing Board. We will take the presentation from OFB.
Thank you, Senator. Total FY26 appropriation for the Guam Contractors License Board is $892,589. The EBR has it at $862,027. The SBO has it at $862,027, and there's no difference between the OFB and the EBR. Their projected lapses basically are none.
Yes, as this is this is a special fund, yeah, and they're treating it specially. On CLB, yes, Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Yeah, and looking at the past budget, so it was decreased from last year. So I'm just wondering, this Guam Building Code Council, I guess, how is that number arrived at? The one that's allocated.
Yes, Senator. This fund was created to protect the public by licensing contractors of Guam. Revenues are derived from both license fees and local appropriations. The amount that we showed in the SBO is what is requested in the EBR. The Contractors License Board Fund, the fund was created to protect the public by licensing the contractors of Guam.
Sorry,
Revenues
my question was the Guam Building Code Council, that amount that is allocated from that fund. So how did you arrive at that number, the allocation itself?
Asking how they got the allocation.
Yeah, the amount, Senator, was based on...
Sorry, I can't hear their, can, Chair, Mr. Chair?
Senators,
was based on the vote.
The request.
The $8,678, Senator, was based on their request.
So they're okay with a reduction from 13,000 down to 8,000? And what did they spend it on? What was that money spent on?
Senator, I don't know the reason why the reduction, but if that's what they're requesting, I'm assuming that's what's needed to match the federal grant.
And they can still ask for more because that's just the bottom, right? If they need more for whatever reason.
I believe if they receive more federal dollars, which require more local match, they would have to identify that local match, I believe, somewhere in their appropriation.
Yeah, there's nowhere in there that says it's for federal matching, and even in fact, there's a 0 in the federal matching grants and aid. So there doesn't seem to be consistency in what you're saying unless that number needs to change.
Senator, as far as the amount that's being requested, or that's shown, that is what they requested.
But you're saying it's a federal match, but there's nothing here that indicates it, whether that's the verbiage in that subsection 2 or in line 10.
Let me see what that funding is for.
Thank you.
For the allocation is for.
Go back to this one. Yes, Senator, just to go back here, I believe the $8,678 is specifically to pay for stipends and board meetings.
Yeah, then I'm just wondering why it dropped, if considering that I would expect that they would have the same amount of work to do in a year. So are they expecting less? That's I guess the implication is that they're expecting to do less this year.
I can't assume why, Senator, they're dropping it down. The only thing we know is that whatever the request, we try to meet their level.
Yeah. Yeah, just the importance of this council is that they have to, I guess, look over the voting codes, right? And I believe that our voting codes we've adopted, I think in 2010 was the last one we have adopted. So I think we're due for a refresh, and I'm just wondering if this amount is enough for a council to do the work that's needed. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
On the Contractors Licensing Board, anybody else wish to speak? Okay, I'm seeing and hearing none. CLB is closed. Colleagues, we are now on page 85, Guam Police Department, OFB. Oh, sorry, 84? Uh-oh. Thanks for helping. I skipped peels. I slipped on a peel. Sorry. Page 84. Appeals Board. Any questions on the Appeals Board? I guess I skipped this for a reason. It's closed. Page 85, Guam Police Department, GPD, presentation OFB.
The FY26 appropriation for Guam Police Department is $60,886,319. The EBR is at $62,025,380. The OFBS bill is at $60,886,319. The variance is at $139,061. As of the May 26 CER lapses is estimated at 2.1 million. I mean 3.1 million. I'm sorry.
Senator Gumatalto on GPD.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you again and OFB for all the work to get us to this part of the budget. From the 8 oversight hearings that were conducted by the Committee on Public Safety, Emergency Management, and the Guam National Guard that started in December of last year, to the pre-budget meetings in mid-April, April 21 and 22, to the budget hearings of our public safety agencies on March 10th, April 27th and 28th, and May 4th, to the visits to the police precincts, to the National Guard Readiness Center, to agencies, public hearings all across the island in the last 10 months. Each effort along the way has been, I will say, Mr. Chair, very invaluable to me and other members of the committee. Each law enforcement agency has been advised in support of their budgets presented in Substitute Bill 266-38. The senior leaders of our uniformed and civilian workforces have been very honest in the assessment of the operations at the Guam Police Department, as well as the Guam Fire Department, Department of Corrections, Guam Park Patrol, DAWR, conservation officers, Department of Military Affairs, the Post Commission, and the Guam Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense. There is a different look, Mr. Chair, as we know, in this FY 2027 budget, but mostly status quo. And Mr. Chair, the executive branch does have much to do, as we all know, to improve their own processes, especially on the eve of full implementation of performance-based budgeting. My committee and yours and the Finance Committee agree that there is a significant need for them to change some general orders and procedures all across the agencies, all to be in lockstep with each other and each of their respective operations plans for the upcoming fiscal year. And I just want to again thank you for all the help. If you can, OFB, I just wanted to ask just one question going into this in terms of the all of the allocations for the CJIS. Those are, as we know, the Criminal Justice Information System. Those appropriations, which has gone on over time. Has there been any indication that you've heard from the judiciary of whether or not that this cost would ever go up? Because I know that this is our share, or GPD's share, to help with the entire Criminal Justice Information System network.
Senator, I think this particular amount has been the same over the last couple of years. There's no indication that I've been told of or been notified that that amount is going to increase.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. Again, thank you for your leadership, and thanks again for the help. Oh, and if I can, I'm sorry, we have one last thing, if I can, OFB. So just so we can allay some of the concerns on the cycles, I think we've had this in those discussions that, I mean, when people will look at this and say, hey, we're not fully funding police cycles, but they've told us of the challenges they face in the hiring process. Can you, for the body, explain the cycles for GPD and how that will pretty much translate to most of our other public safety agencies in terms of its funding?
Based on a previous law that was passed, I think 3 or 4 years ago, it authorized the law enforcement agencies, GPD being one of them, to hire or to run a police cycle of no less than 20 recruits per year. We have budgeted for those 20 recruits for the last 3 or 4 years, I believe, to fund these positions with the goal, of course, of getting these 20 positions onto the force, augmenting the force, and then moving on the next fiscal year thereby increasing productivity and reducing costs, especially in the areas of overtime. Now, as far as the cycles are concerned, all these cycles do not begin October 1st. Our communication with the agencies, and we've contacted them over the years, and the response is the same. They set the cycle, the start of the cycle, for each one of these agencies depending upon the availability of a list of potential recruits. Some can start as early as January, February, March, April, May, even some in June, just depending when they can fill this listing of at least 20. They even notified me that, at least for the, I think for the situation of police, I think they're planned to start their cycle in 27 in March. But I'm verifying it right now because all four of them vary, but I think it's March. So conceivably, the agency will need funding for these 20 recruits beginning March. Oh, I just thought it's April. So starting April, and I would assume April 1st, they will need at least funding to carry these positions for the remaining of the fiscal year. Once these positions become permanent positions, in other words, to convert from recruits to PO ones, they will be incorporated in the next year's department staffing pattern, and that's how they were funded. We go through the cycle again for the next fiscal year to appropriate money for the next cycle the same way.
And this is a responsible way to ensure that we're using those resources effectively, knowing that we're not going to start a cycle to already, midway or near the end of a fiscal year, correct?
Yes. And instead of, and in this way, instead of funding a position for the full year, knowing that they're not going to use the funding for the full year, and the only requirements they need is for half of the year to complete the rest, then it would be prudent to fund the necessary funding for these positions for the whole entire fiscal year.
And then the balance of that money in the past, those can now be used for other operational needs inside of the Guam Police Department in this case, correct?
It ends up as part of their lapses. And whatever they choose to do with those funds during the course of the fiscal year, that's really up to them.
Oh, no, of course. Yeah, can you give me the prior year lapses if it's there? Can you give the prior years if you're able? Any on the lapsing side?
Okay, giving you the lapses, as I said, for May of this year, they anticipate a $3.2 million lapse. In September 2025, they lapse $5.6 million. In the 24 audit, they lapse $2 million. Go back to the comps. In addition, Senator, to the funding for positions for Guam Police, they also received money from their COPS grant. And that COPS grant they have still available goes back to FY22. The balance of the COPS grant for FY22 is $1.2 million. The balance for the COPS grant in FY23 is $2.4 million. The balance of the COPS grant in FY25 is $1.5 million, for a total sum of $5.2 million of federal dollars that have not yet been expended for the purposes of hiring, putting people on board.
Thank you so much, OFB. Again, just so that we're understanding that at least in terms of the resources that they'll be needed to hire folks or get them on board, at least to sign up. It's a great profession, and we continue to encourage people to get out there and apply. And that's also their biggest challenge too, because some of them, as they've said in the oversights and in the public hearings, it's a very tough job, and not everybody's really going to be able to do it. But there is adequate resources to recruit and at some point hire in this coming fiscal year and then some. Is that a fair assessment?
For the purposes of running cycles for the Guam Police, I would safely say at this point, there is more than adequate funds to fund those positions.
All right, thank you so much, OFB, and thank you, Mr. Chair, again for the time this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Gumatato. On the GPD, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair. Well, it's interesting how we have to explain to the people of Guam that we're only going to do one police cycle here because of the reduction in revenues, the 0.5% business privilege tax rollback in this fiscal year. The late Chief Steve Ignacio had requested a budget of $66 million for this fiscal year. Well, sadly, GPD is getting a status quo budget. I mean, with the crime out there, the drugs, you really expect more than a status quo budget for public safety in the Guam Police Department, especially when you consider that under the Democrat majority, we funded multiple cycles of recruits for the Guam Police Department. In fact, I had many conversations with the late Chief Ignacio about running 2 cycles in a calendar year, which is something that we've traditionally funded. So this explanation that they're not going to do a cycle until March of next year, and that's the only one, and that's why we're only going to fund one, and so sorry, we got a wham bam thank you spam this budget. I don't think it flies for the people of Guam. Mr. Guerrero, are you able to tell us the $1.5 million appropriation that we made in Public Law 34537 for school resource officers? Has that been exhausted?
Yes, Senator, that provision is actually for the school resource officer it's an authorization to utilize their FY27 appropriation for the purposes of the school resource officers.
Yes. But 2 fiscal years back, we appropriated $1.5 million for the establishment of the school resource officer program. And in an interview here in the Guam Daily Post, former Superintendent Swanson talked about how important it was to sustain the effort, to sustain the presence of the school resource officers at the different public schools. So the problem is, again, while we talk about how tough we are on crime, we're delivering a status quo budget for the Guam Police Department, and we're asking them out of this bare bones budget to find money to pay for school resource officers. And I've received concerns from some of these very school resource officers who are wondering if they'll be funded. Because we had the mindset that this was a worthy investment that we should pay for so that our kids at the schools could be protected, could be a little bit safer. And that's why we made that very worthy additional investment into the public safety budget. We didn't ask them to move around furniture on the Titanic. So, Mr. Guerrero, how would we expect the Guam Police Department to fund this SRR program out of a status quo budget that already takes out things like $530,000 for the Maulik project?
The first question you asked me regarding whether or not, if I knew what the balance was of the appropriation made in FY23 of the 142 for the resource service officer. Yeah, so right now, as of May of this year, the balance is $109,000 from that appropriation.
And is that going to be lapsed?
Yeah, the appropriation, the remaining balance of the 109 is basically based on the appropriation that was made in FY23. I don't know if this particular appropriation was authorized to be carried over and used as lapses. I do not know that as of today.
I think this might be one of those instances where we did authorize a carryover provision, but the administration, as we know, it's been widely reported, withheld the lapses. So I guess my question is, how are we going to fund these school resource officers out of this bare bones status quo budget?
At least for FY27, Senator, we did give the other authorization for utilize their funding to pay for whatever cost is for the resource service officer for 27.
Yeah, and that's the problem, again, is it's unfunded. And so another item that's unfunded in this status quo public safety budget, how embarrassing is that, a status quo public safety budget? The other thing that's not funded, which the late Chief Ignacio had also implored the committee to support, is the triennial retention bonus for Guam Police Department officers. You know, it's funny, the retiring speaker just got through talking about how hard it is to recruit people to become Guam Police Department officers. That's why we instituted a triennial retention bonus of $10,000 to be received by Guam Police Department officers every 3 years if they have a satisfactory evaluation, no criminal offenses on their record. That's, in my humble opinion, supported by the public safety officers. It's a good piece of the puzzle when we talk about retention, yet it's completely unfunded. And this program starts in the next fiscal year. So why was the request, why were the requests from the late Chief Ignacio relative to his asks for this public safety budget, why were they ignored? Why are we not funding the triennial retention bonus that's on the books as public law?
Senator, that public law they were referencing, they were trying to implement FY27, but if you read the public law, it doesn't meet the intent of the public law. The public law says 3 years from the date of enactment. The third year would have been FY28, not 7.
With all due respect, Mr. Ignacio, there was on the record public testimony from the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, relative to funding this triennial retention bonus. So I would disagree with your interpretation. And I'm pretty sure the hardworking men and women in the Guam Police Department who have been anticipating these bonuses in the upcoming fiscal year would also disagree.
Thank you, Senator. On GPD, Senator Joe Snogstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious about as we talk about the SROs, you know, a while back, that was all federal funding. I don't know if Steve's aware of it, but that just be federally funded, and it was manned by the folks from the courts. And I'm just curious. I understand the law allows them to use the funding, but just curious that we're asking GPD to just find the money within your account versus get a grant, because that's supported by the Department of Justice. And I'm just surprised that that it's going this route. I mean, I support the SROs, no doubt. But that used to be, I don't know how many, I wouldn't be surprised if some of my colleagues here had SROs in their schools. We didn't have when I was going to school, but I know some of you were still in school when they had SROs. But SRO is a very, very good program. I wish there was another way of funding it other than just allowing them. But then again, I have to make it clear that every department gets a lump sum check. Por favor, take a look at what you need and just do it. If you have the means, do it. I have an amendment further down in the appropriate chapter, and maybe we'll be able to identify it there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Susmasi, Senator San Augustine. On GPD, Senator Paris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, what was the allocation for the cycle of 20 officers that was submitted by GPD?
Approximately 1.2 million.
So in the budget bill, it appropriates $606,847. How was that determined based on the budget that was submitted? Why is there a reduction?
Again, the 1.2 million represent a 12-month period funding for those positions, since they're starting April 1st, which will represent 6 months left in the fiscal year. We just took the appropriation and cut it in half and appropriated accordingly.
So you're saying that this year's fiscal appropriation covers the other half? Is that what you're saying? Or can you explain that?
This year's appropriation, whatever the appropriation is, will cover the costs of that cycle until the end of the fiscal year. Starting October 1st of next year for the 12 months, there's a new cycle going on, which we're told will not start until April. So the cost of that cycle will be paid from the appropriations made in the S-bill.
Okay, and so this 1.2 million, was the intention to start late or start at the beginning of the fiscal year?
No, the intent was to budget 20 recruits for 1 year. That was the intent. But since they're not going to start the cycle until 6 months later, we made the proper adjustment.
Okay, so that was that covered in the supplemental budget? Because what appears in the Office of Finance and Budget has 1.2 million. So that would be based on the full year for 20, is that correct? But if now they're starting late in April, that's already almost, see that, over about half a year into it. So wouldn't there be an opportunity to have another cycle with that 1.2 million versus?
Senator, if they had another cycle, it probably won't start until the next fiscal year.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
You know,
so
this
the
is for the
funding, so
fiscal
the
year
funding that we're
27.
providing in the SBO is sufficient enough to cover that one cycle for the remaining FY '27.
Okay, but I guess, all right, that's fine. The other thing is, the new item is the allocation to Malik, right? And so if you subtract that amount from the total, how does that compare to previous year of what's available for the GPD, for GPD?
Judging from the potential lapses that they have,
No, my question was, so if you were to subtract, so in subsection 8, it's allocating funding from their total appropriations.
yes,
So what's left?
we can get that. If you subtract the 530,622 from the current SBL 27 level,
This is without the cycle. This is with the cycle.
I don't want the cycle, I said,
Okay, then this one then. This one.
it would be 59.9 million.
And how does that compare with last year's budget?
If you take the same amount, Senator, and subtract it from the FY '25 appropriation,
I'm sorry,
The
was
exact
Malik
same.
included in last year's appropriation?
if the program existed last year, Senator, you just subtract the same amount, but this is the first year they're implementing the
Okay,
program.
so it wasn't part of the appropriation for last year?
Not this year.
It is, in this budget, it is. This, I mean, the upcoming cycle.
No, we're talking about the... if we're talking about the-
2026, yeah.
No,
So in FY 2026, was Malik in the GPD section of law?
no, it wasn't.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is that they're getting less than last year for the overall operations. Did GPD submit this as part of their budget request?
If you're referring to the department's overall lapses,
No, I'm not talking about lapses. I'm talking about Malik. Was it included in their budget for 2027, the fiscal year 2027?
this particular program wasn't reflected in their FY '27 budget, but they did ask for the program in our budget meetings with them.
Okay, so they're getting less than last term, last cycle then. If you factor in this program, the agency will be receiving that amount less, over $500,000 less. So what is the impact to GPD? What are they not going to fund with that reduction?
It would be difficult to tell you that, Senator, now since they operate on a lump sum budget.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the budget that before us today reduces the overall GPD budget by the 530,000 amount. And so there's going to be an impact to the agency.
Senator, the only thing I can tell you as far as this particular program being funded in FY27, it is a new program. We are telling them they can go ahead and fund it to an allocation to their bottom line. As far as what the impact is, like you're trying to allude to, I don't know what that impact will be, but the fact that they've been lapsing over the last couple of years, I think it would be more than safe to say at this point that this can be absorbed within the ceiling based on their tracking of lapses over the last several years.
Okay, so what is their lapse amount for this? Right, as of today, what is the amount that's lapsed? Or can you estimate? Or they haven't spent?
Again, as of May this year, the amount is 3.2 million.
Okay, we still have a whole quarter left in this budget cycle. Is that a quarter of their budget that was appropriated, or less than that?
If you're saying that the 3.1 million lapse as of May is a quarter of their budget, it's not.
Okay, it's less than, right?
It's far less than a quarter.
So they're not, I mean, can you tell if there's encumbrances from your computer, from your access? Can you tell what's encumbered?
Total encumbrances as of the May 30th is 1.2 million.
Okay. So when you say lapse, does that 3.2 million account for that?
Yes, it does.
1.2 million?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we're still way below the needed amount for the quarter, 3.2 million. So if OFB, I'm sorry, if DOA, so DOA has their fiscal controls where they hold on, they don't give out everything to the line agencies, right? And so, judging from this number, it's well within striking distance, so that there will be possibly no lapse for GPD. That's based on what's left. Yeah, because they have a quarter left, so you would expect they would have a quarter of their budget left, unless they're spending faster in the previous months, which means they would really have to tighten their belts in these next couple of months. So yeah, I'm just pointing out numbers here that because they did not include it in their budget request, we're actually reducing, because the way the wording is that it's allocated from their total appropriations. And what it amounts to is that there's a reduction in their overall appropriations. And so the concern is, what impact does that have with GPD if it wasn't factored into their budget? So that's basically the line of questioning that I have.
If I understand your question correctly, Senator, yeah. You're saying if we outright appropriated for this.
I'm sorry, that was a comment. Thank you.
It's a comment.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Perez. Senator Dueñas, you recognize on GPD.
Situs Masi, Mr. Chair, and I'll take the time to just simply come down and confirm some of the things that the OIB director is saying. And I know we've mentioned, God rest his soul, the late Chief Ignacio a couple times on the floor here now, and I want to say that he most certainly asked during our pre-budget meeting to fund Maulik and to get it moving. And I can tell you, with all the other law enforcement agencies that I've been talking to, they're eagerly awaiting this. And one of the things they're doing is working with the Post Commission to finalize the cross-level training as well as operational capabilities, and they need this to stand up operations. One of the other things I can tell you, and we keep talking about how we want to crack down on this meth epidemic, and we know that we can't do it by ourselves, Mr. Chair. And I've mentioned this, and my good friend sitting to my right here, the Speaker, made it clear on the floor when we passed MAULIG that one of the things that can happen, and I'll read from an article, Guam law enforcement agencies have long pursued the high-intensity drug trafficking area known as HIDA, the Guam National Drug Control Policy. And despite ongoing local efforts and some massive drug seizures, Guam does not currently hold HIDA status. This is one of the reasons why, when we're funding this, Mr. Chair, that we can now once again, perhaps successfully, go nationally. And I've worked closely with the chair on this, and we believe in conversations that we've had that it can be a reality for Guam. But this designation is much more positive to make our case when we have a local appropriation where we put local dollars to it and show that we have an effective program of collaboration and using resources effectively to be able to accomplish that goal. And so this investment has much opportunity beyond just what MAULIG calls for, which is to have officers trained across all law enforcement agencies to be able to interdict and try to get this scourge of methamphetamine off our streets. And so one thing I want to mention, and the chief and other law enforcement agencies have discussed this, is that you put an appropriation in GPD, manpower-wise, it is their cops that are going to be working with the other law enforcement agencies to pull this force together to get it done. And so you're not necessarily taking away from officers. You have those same officers that are working to implement this program. And so I pray that we get there to where it's successful, but I also want to once again say that also one of the struggles, and in his eulogy by one of his key officers, Chief Ignacio was praised for his establishment at Teadsden High School of the program to set up recruits going to the police department from high school level, trying to get them interested in law enforcement and prepared to take the test. Because as much as we've been talking on this floor about the cycles, we know that yes, retention, but recruitment is still one of the issues. I will reiterate his statements once again over and over, and one of the reasons why, to get to the manpower capabilities that exist, is he will get an existing listing that was established for 100, 120 applicants, and they're lucky if they get 20, and by the time they process them and everything else, they're lucky if they end up with 10. So yes, retention, very, very important, but one of the key problems is recruitment. And so as we go forward, hopefully with this issue of recruitment, we can use the manpower cross-level agencies to be able to help until we can get that recruitment number up. But also, hopefully, we once and finally get the high-intensity drug designation for Guam and get massive federal resources into Guam. Sizus Masi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duenas. Any other member wish to speak on GPD? Senator Chulai.
Thank you. So again, it was BBMR that first pointed out that there is a major reduction in public safety agencies such as DOC, GPD, FD and DYA in this budget, and he described it as being cut in half, which the annual training cycles, and although he did, anyways, yeah, so I thought that was really the only issue, was that we cut the training cycles in half at a time when we are finally getting in on a roll with these police graduates and replacing officers. I think, if I read somewhere, we might have brought on 76 new, but lost 43 in the same period. I mean, it's a struggle. And I think no matter how hard it is to recruit, defunding it kind of signals the opposite of, an intent to bring them on. And I guess if you could just remind us again, why did you say, Director from OFB, that they can't start a cycle until April when the fiscal year begins in October?
No, Senator, I didn't say they can't start. I said that is the start. That is the date they told us when they were going to start the cycle.
So did they ask for their budget to be cut in half for police training?
No. I asked the question when they were going to start the cycle. They told me April.
All right.
The funding request in the EBR is for 1 full year.
Yes.
So I just did the appropriate thing
I think
to adjust it.
if they just had a graduating cycle that I just attended, I think it was in June, just recently. And I think there's nothing to prevent them between July and October 1st in preparing for these new cycles, especially if we're going to pass this budget early and they're going to know. Some of those, we were funding in the middle of the year, so of course they had to start late, but I don't know. I just think it's the wrong message to be sending that right when we think, we know the formula, keep recruiting, keep retaining them, keep giving them what they need, and then pull back the funding. It's just not making sense. Same thing with the school resource officers, when we were just starting to hear how important those officers really are on these campuses. And I'm sure all of you have seen the videos that go around, of what happens on the campuses. And they've been so grateful or fortunate to have school resource officers there, policemen there to prevent violence. And these are sometimes extreme violence. So I just think we are here in the middle of a community that is really burdened with crime, burdened with, a meth crisis. And some people say, oh, we've had this for years, as if that's okay. It's not okay, and we're never going to stop it by reducing resources that are going towards it. And I think putting the burden on them by giving them money to have more cycles we've heard the issues, and I just think that they have to keep pushing to resolve those issues. Otherwise, we're just going to slowly go backwards as a community and throw our hands in the air and say, well, we just can't get police officers. And we should never get into that, especially not now. It's way too early to say that that's the case here, especially when we're trying to put in retention efforts. And it is very concerning, when we talk about the police officers and they talk about how many there are and how many they need, and so kind of how few there are in every precinct and how few are available to respond when something happens in a precinct. It's really quite alarming. And then you hear, the side of the residents who say, the length of time it took for someone to respond, or, you know, the manpower we need for more investigations. I just think all across the board, they could use every resource that we can give them to increase the number of officers that we're going to put out on the streets, the number of officers that will be made available for investigation. They said in the oversight hearing that once these new recruits come in, then they can dedicate more of their experienced officers to investigations, so we can actually solve more of the crimes that our community is just left with the burden on.
Thank you, Senator. On Guam Police Department. Speaker Blas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chair, I just want to go ahead and first off reiterate your stance and your desire for Malik. I can speak for experience in this, but I can also speak for experience in, yes, the need for more training and more officers, but that's when the cycle exists is not so much the issue. What is existing is the lack of personnel, the lack of people that would make up a cycle. Granted that there may be 1,000 applicants, but just in speaking to the late chief himself, of the 1,000 applicants, you probably whittle down to less than 100 of those individuals that will be able to pass first of your basic aptitude and your basic pre-qualification. And then what you end up with is a cycle of 7, 8, because you want to rush a cycle, you want to put a cycle through in a short period of time. Then you're going to use all of those resources for the 7 or 8 when you could have used more of that time to be able to see if you can get more recruits in. I don't know about my good colleague from Jigo, but how many cycle mates did you have and graduate from your cycle? I had
plenty, but we were the first or last motorcycle cycle for the Guam Police Department.
Then we started up again. So you weren't the last. You were the last of that cycle, but we started off with, I remember very distinctly, we started off with 48 recruits. We ended up with 32. We had 32 members in our cycle. Okay? About the same time, same thing as Senator San Agustin. But it took time to be able to create that, and it takes time to be able to do this. So I agree with the earlier, and when Mr. Guerrero was talking about the necessity and the need to fund it. We want to have cycles, as many cycles as we can. But if we're going to have 4 cycles of 8 and pay for 4 cycles when we could have had 1 cycle of 32, serves the same purpose, but it's more effective use of our funds and the resources. Because for every cycle, you take an experienced officer off the street to be able to teach a class. Now, going back to Maulik, it allows us to maximize the resources we have within our law enforcement community here on Guam. It gives them that opportunity to work under an umbrella. I know the value of this because then your investigations take advantage of the different, not just styles and techniques, but of the different jurisdictions and laws. Case in point, GPD, because of post, you make a seizure, They're not eligible for to receive the seizure because they're part of the case. So use your customs officer, who's part of the task force, to make the seizure so that you can claim an asset forfeiture. Many ways to skin the cat, and Malik is going to provide them a more effective tool to be able to combat the drugs on the streets. Combined with the other efforts of prevention and recovery and rehabilitation, we can beat this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Blas. On GPD, anyone else on GPD? Seeing and hearing none, GPD is closed. Colleagues, we are now on page 88, Department of Corrections. OFB, please make your presentation.
For the FY26 appropriation level for DOC, total amount is $37,714,489. DABR request is $46,983,571. The SBO is $38,057,872. The difference is $8,925,699. As of the May CER report, is around 800, zero. Zero. They're anticipating, they said they're short, but right now it's just showing zero.
On DOC, Senator Gumatalto.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And as I mentioned a bit earlier, each of the public safety agencies in the committee's jurisdiction, again, has been consulted on the appropriations contained in the substitute bill 266-38. Each has expressed their support for the spending levels that are before us, including the senior leaders of DOC. They've been very candid. As I mentioned a bit earlier with GPD, DOC also has been very candid, Mr. Chair, in the assessments of their current operations. And I got to say that I really appreciated their input, especially in our pre-budget meetings. Now, again, as we mentioned, I mentioned a bit earlier, the FY 2027 budget reflects, again, a different posture in certain areas, but it is largely a continuation of current service levels. And with that said, Mr. Chair, the executive branch, and I think we've talked about it a little bit during the last talk with GPD, they got considerable work, the executive branch does, in terms of how they move forward, especially with the implementation of performance-based budgeting. And my committee and yours, the Committee on Finance and Government Operations, we're pretty aligned on that, Mr. Chair. There's a pressing need for the agencies, especially DOC, to update their general orders. They have some standard operating procedures and some directives internally that they're really working on right now to be sure that it is consistent with a modern and obviously the current fiscal year operational plans. And again, the policy on paper, we would agree, must match the practice currently at the Manila facility and the Hagåtña Detention Center. And I believe that we're doing our best and we intend to hold them to that standard. Mr. Chair, I do want to point out one thing, if I can, this afternoon, especially relative to the recruits situation. And if I can ask OFB, can just for the record, can you read number 5 on page 89 for the record, if you could, on the DOC budget, N5, number 5, under recruits.
You're talking about Section 5, Senator?
Yes, number 5. Under
You want me to read
Budgets.
that?
Yeah, can you please read it for the record?
Okay, I can read it. Section 5, Department of Corrections, Correction Officer Recruit. The sum of $763,234 is appropriate from the General Fund to Department of Correction for its FY27 cycle of 20 correction recruit officers.
Thank you, Mr.
Recruits.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. So just so you know, Mr. Chair, every morning I do have a chance to run into young men and women who are, pursuing our public safety agencies' careers in them. And DOC just happens to be every day, and I run into them every morning on the way to my office. And just so you know, that recruiting cycle that we see running around the streets of Agana today, they are part of the $1.3 million in FY 2025 that lined up 20 DOC officer recruits. And I just wanted, for the record, for the community to understand that it isn't easy to take a career in corrections. And these young men and women are really stepping forward and doing something very special. And I think that in our government, there's going to be all this, the talk of, well, it's got to be safer. But we really are trying to encourage more and more people to become law enforcement professionals. It ain't easy. And when our government takes long, I wasn't here, Mr. Chair, in FY 2025. So I would probably appreciate some of the understanding and probably some of the disappointment that we're not able to hire fast enough. And it has to do a lot with our processes. And I think that including the Post Commission, who's doing their best too, to ensure that these law enforcement folks are brought on quickly, I think there's just a lobbying effort all around to make the process that much better. And then before I step away, I do want to, because I know that there's going to be folks in here wondering, where is the $5 million for the Department of Corrections new prison? Well, I would hate to say to the committee and to all of you that the past DOC director decided to cancel the RFP for the A&E in February of this past year. There will be no prison until there's a commitment by this administration to move forward. We might have to wait till the next one. There's money available. It's ready to go. It just needs will. And pressing a button isn't that hard to ensure that a new prison, at least the process to begin the construction, the design, has to happen. But it needs someone that is going to say, okay, I'll do it. And at this point, going into this latter half, it's just going to be nearly impossible to build a prison in the time remaining in this fiscal year. And we'll have to wait for the next governor of Guam and our predecessor and our successors to decide on building a new prison. But Mr. Chair, again, thank you, and again for all the support of our public safety agencies, including Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gumatato. Any other colleague wish to speak on Department of Corrections? Senator Barnett, you're recognized, sir.
Just want to see Vice Speaker for the opportunity to speak on Department of Corrections. Go green. The retiring speaker is right. It is a very challenging career in corrections. That's why I introduced a bill that would have given the Department of Corrections officers additional hazardous incentive pay. Unfortunately, with all this talk about wanting to do better with recruitment and retention, at the end of the day, that bill is languishing somewhere in somebody's committee purgatory. It's interesting also to note that the Department of Corrections is part of the MAULIC that we were just talking about. If you talk to the rank and file law enforcement officers, respectfully, what they have to say about MAULIC is that we're pulling from agencies that are already short-staffed with law enforcement officers, and we're putting them in agencies that are also short-staffed. So it's using the short to fill the short, and at the end of the day, that leaves everybody short. Lord knows, as tight as things are at the Department of Corrections, I'm not sure they could spare anybody to be detailed out of that prison and into a MAULIC task force. So just had to also put that on the record. And it's also interesting that we talk so much about having to build a new prison, yet we seem absolutely unwilling to start paying for it, Mr. Vice Speaker. So I just wanted to put those thoughts on the record for our Department of Corrections family, who really needs more support, not status quo support, as they face life-threatening conditions every single day. Every single day. Hardworking corrections officers are in Manilao, Hagatnya. The ratios, somewhere near 80 inmates and detainees to a single officer. And so when we talk about moving people out of agencies where they're absolutely critical, just imagine the exposure and the danger that we're putting these corrections officers in by taking out from the department and putting them on some task force, Mr. Chair. So just wanted to put those thoughts on the record for our friends and families at the Department of Corrections. Sidos Masi.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Any other member wish to speak on DOC? Senator Sanagasi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think when we talk about the $5 million that was reduced from DOC, I have an amendment that's going to be in the appropriate chapter looking forward. And I'm just concerned about it because it was a bill I authored that was passed, the DOC Modernization Act, to get it built. I just wish DOC would take a step forward, get with Gita and get this motion moved so that the OFB or whoever's going to be OFB next year can make sure that it's in the debt ceiling that we can be paying for that. And the $5 million wouldn't be an issue anymore. But with that, let's just move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Agustin. Anyone else on Department of Corrections? Senator Speaker Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, all due respect, I need to be able to allay some of the concerns that were brought up with regards to Malik and pulling from critical resources. If you know how a task force works and how this task force will work, it will actually augment and supplement the different agencies that have team members in the task force. Because then you'll have...
Dispensa, Mr. Speaker. Point of information, Mr. Vice Speaker. What the MAULIC actually does is when the Guam Police Department falls below a certain threshold number of officers, which it already is, by the way, then what would happen that we would pull from the Department of Corrections, from the airport police, from all the other law enforcement until we had the right number of officers, whether they're Customs, Airport, DOC, they would be pretty much transferred over to GPD. So it's not just a task force. What it does is, for example, if we have 200 officers, but the formula for the officer per citizen on Guam requires, for example, 400 officers, then we would have to pull 200 officers from the other agencies just to meet that threshold. So it's not just a task force, and I think the people of Guam understand what a task force does. That's why, again, I share these concerns from law enforcement officers themselves. Of course, the chiefs and the directors are telling you guys, yeah, good, we're good with whatever you're going to give us, we're with the budget. But the actual men and women who wear the badge, this is what they're saying.
Okay,
Thank you, Senator.
And that's what MAULIC did, the legislation did, respectfully, Speaker Blas.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that was a point of inquiry. Was there a question to that?
No.
It was a point of information,
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker.
was there a question
Yeah,
to
I
that?
was providing the information.
No,
A
that's
point
not
of
what-
inquiry is
that's not the-
asking. I
that's not
provided
the-
the information.
You know,
Sidos Masi.
that's not what the point of information is for anyways.
Thank you, Speaker.
So I will ask a point of information of the individual who provided it. Were you ever part of a task force? I thought so. Anyways. Again, I understand and I recognize that. And it helps to augment it. Okay? If the area is from within DOC, then DOC not has just one officer to be able to help to conduct the investigation within DOC. There's a task force to do that. It's utilizing the combined resources of the different entities to be able to deal and to address a common plague. And the reason why I'm passionate or I can speak to this is I ran a task force. an international task force to be exact. I ran a task force with members of different entities. And one of the things that we provided, this task force provided, was the additional support necessary from all the agencies that participated in it. It gives us that extra tool in everybody's toolbox. And the Department of the Corrections, it will help to augment their needs, the tools necessary to deal with their needs. Why do I know this? Because I've done it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Blas. Any other member wish to speak on Department of Corrections? If not, Department of Agriculture. Anyone wish to speak on Department of Agriculture?
Dispensa, Mr. Vice Speaker, could you allow the OFB to do the presentation with the EBR and all those things?
Yes, I will.
Sí, just one.
I'm sorry. OFB, the Department of Agriculture, page 90.
For Department of Corrections FY26 appropriation level. Huh? I mean, yeah, agriculture, DOAG. Total appropriation is $6,731,288. The EBR is $8,678,303. The SBO is $7,734,896. The variance is $943,407 negative, and as of the May 2026 year report, they are lapsing $63,000.
Any individual on Department of Agriculture? There being none. Guam Public Library System, OFB.
For the Guam Public Library, the FY26 appropriation is $1,932,072. The EBR is $1,932,072. The SBO is $1,932,072. There is no variance, and they are showing no lapses.
On Guam Public Library System, any colleague have any questions? There being none. Department of Youth Affairs, OFB.
For Department of Youth Affairs, the FY26 appropriation level is $9,759,299. The EBR is at $10,592,185. The SBO is $9,759,299. There's a variance of $832,886 minus. As of the May CER report, the department is lapsing $3,232,159.
Any colleagues on Department of Youth Affairs? Senator Taitigui, you're recognized.
This is Department of Youth Affairs.
Yes.
Steve, you said that, okay, I'm having here in FY 2026, this year, was that $7,743,436?
For FY26?
For FY 26, this year.
It's $9,759,299.
And then we are still correct with the substitute at 7630298, correct? Mr. Chair, these numbers are not driving. Can I just have 1 minute, just 1 minute? Literally, you can count it down so I can
1
pull
minute
up
recess.
FY26. Okay.
Session's called back to order.
Thank you. I think I did that in 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, again, you said that in FY 26, this particular year, the general fund appropriated, well, I'm looking at the bill, the FY 26, 2026, and I'm showing $7,743,436.
You're correct, Senator, but you need to also add the Section 2 for youth programs and the summer youth training programs in the bottom.
And that's all coming from the general fund as well?
Yes.
And that gives us, so then your matching grant, so you didn't add that into the 7743. Okay, and then this year, the summer youth is short about, well, less than, when FY26, it was 1815863. And the substitute bill is 1779001, correct?
That was the request, Senator, yes.
So it's short. Did they say why it was short? Why are they, did they complain that it's short compared to last FY26?
Yeah, I believe when we did the review, they showed a shortfall in their personnel, but then we went with the level that they requested.
So they requested that amount, okay, which is short. Then there's been an increase in the youth programs appropriation to 350, and what is attributing to that? That increase, justification.
Yes, Senator, under the request in their budget, they also included sanctuary. So what we did is we just lumped everything into one appropriation.
So you're adding sanctuary in that, and that's the additional 150,000?
Yes.
Okay, how did we pay sanctuary before? Was it under DOA, or was it, because it is a nonprofit organization, so usually nonprofits are paid through, I guess this is through a pass-through, or does DOA do that?
Yeah, previously the appropriation actually was made to DOA, but then they requested to do it just through their program, so we just appropriate through their program for upcoming 27.
That can be possible? I didn't know that DYA can go directly and write a check out to Sanctuary. I thought DYA to do that. I thought it always has to be under DOA.
Since it was reflected in the EBR, Senator, I'm just going to assume that is a possibility that they could do. They'll do it directly to Sanctuary.
I think we need to check that out too, so we don't want to get in a situation where we have to come back here and do a law that allows them the ability to do so, or just so if we can make sure we double check on that before and we move forward with passing this bill, just so there are ducks and all in order, T's crossed, I's dotted. So the variance, Steve, between the executive branch, I'm sorry, what is the variance between the executive branch and the substituted bill?
It's $832,866 is the variance.
$832,660.
$886.
886,000.
Yes.
600. And you said their lapses are how much?
As of May, they're lapsing $3,232,159.
So we're giving them $7 million in general fund funding, plus all the other programs and the other ones, just probably attributed to about another $2 million. So of the $7,630,290 that we gave them in FY26, they're still lapsing $3 million. Did they tell you that whether they'll be able to spend that by the end of the fiscal year? They'll be able to spend this $3 million, or? And this is just FY26. We're not talking about what they had in lapses in FY25. We're talking about just FY26.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so did they say?
But they made no mention whether or not they would have the ability. I would assume they would make all possible attempts to spend it, but they didn't give us no communication that they'll spend it all.
I mean, I'm sorry, they didn't make any indication that?
They were going to spend it all, but I would assume they would try to exhaust as much as they can before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, we need to follow up with this, because if we're shorting them the EBR, but we're not really shorting them, well, we are technically, because we gave them 150. Well, technically, we're not shorting them. They got the same thing they got last year. We're just adding on Sanctuary. So they got the same thing. Okay, I'm just curious what happened in FY25. Since I have a little bit more time, can I find out what happened in FY25? Were they able to fulfill in FY25 the expenditure or the appropriation that was given to them? Can you just tell me if there was, what were their lapses in FY25? That might be very helpful to kind of give us a gauge, since the numbers are technically the same in 25, 26, and now here.
The total lapses in FY25 is $1,504,239.
Okay, that tells me a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tideway. Any other member wish to speak on DYA? No? Senator Lai.
Yeah, I just want to ask, so when BBMR said that we're going to be impacting, this budget impacts DYA's hiring much needed vacancies to best serve its population, that's like 100,000 or something different? Is that what we're not funding for their vacancies? And what positions are those?
Give me a moment to check, Senator.
Where were the GPD?
For this year, right? For 26, for 27.
They want 21 vacant funded.
No, but this year, this is this year? Senator Talai, the total amount that we funded for vacant for FY26 is 1.3 million. They are asking for 21 vacant positions, which we funded in the FY27 requests in the amount of $1,620,939.
So the same number or not? Same number of positions, same positions?
I don't know if the same position, but it's actually about 300,000 more.
Okay,
in
so
for 27.
when BBMR said this about prevents DYA from hiring much needed vacancies?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so remember the paper that BBMR
Yeah.
sent around? Yeah, so when they talked about the public safety agencies, they included DYA, and they said this bill, substitute bill, prevents DYA from hiring much needed vacancies to best serve its population. You don't know anything about that?
No.
All right. Does this fund the summer, well, all right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chulai. Any other member? No other member. DYA is finished. Guam Environmental Protection Agency, OFB, please.
The Guam Environmental Protection Agency for FY26. Total appropriations $1,217,505. The EBR is requesting $5,794,344. The OFB bill is at $5,630,074. The difference between the OFB and the EBR is $164,270, and they don't project any lapses for this year.
Any member on Guam EPA? Senator Parrish, you're recognized, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So, Steve, I know this is a big change from last cycle, in part because GIPA has been defunded. My understanding is they've been defunded federally. So can you tell me what portion of this funding is for personnel? How many personnel do they have on staff, and what are the vacancies?
So currently, Senator, what we're showing here is the agency only has one vacancy, and we funded 52 positions.
That's great. What portion of this is personnel cost? What's the amount?
Approximately 4.7 million.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing it on the budget on OFB. Can you just, what is the other amounts, or what are the other, can you break it down, their budget? So you said, just can you repeat how much is for personnel?
Total amount for personnel is 4.7 million.
Okay, and then what's for contractual?
And probably other object classes.
Yeah,
that
how
they
much
require.
is it?
The other categories that will comprise of the balance, Senator, is for contractors, 263,701. For office space rental is 96,000. For supplies and materials, it's 50,000. For total utilities, it's 150,000 for power, 8,000 for water, and 50,000 for telephone, which sums up mostly the 5.7.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then regards to, I know they're building their facility up in the at the location of the Dedido, the former Dedido transfer station. Did they provide any information regarding the funding for that in your discussions with them?
Senator, the only thing they reference in their FY27 budget was basically a grant reprogramming, shifting unused infrastructure funds from the $9 million per year they got for the Dedido Lab grant towards payroll, and to scale down the capital projects, delaying or simplifying the Dedido facility construction.
So they're reprogramming the funding to personnel?
They said grant reprogramming, shifting unused infrastructure funds from the $9 million Dedido grant, scaling down capital projects, delaying or simplifying Dedido facility construction. They made no mention about personnel.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Any other member wish to speak on? There being none. Department of Labor. OFB, please.
Okay. For FY 2026, it's $4,269,250. For the EBR request, $5,269,250. For the S bill, $4,869,250. And the variance between OFB bill and EBR is $400,000. They're anticipating lapse for May is looking at no lapses.
Anyone in the Department of Labor? There being none, Senator Tidyway.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. No, just real quick, because as the Oversight Chair of Department of Labor, we want to make sure that we're protecting the Manpower Development Fund. And just asking if you had an opportunity, Steve or OFB, looking at the Manpower Development Fund, and if you're seeing a decrease, increase at all compared to FY26 so far.
There is a slight decrease in the Manpower Development Fund, which we brought it down to the EBR level.
Okay, and this is in concurrence with the executive branch too?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So the variance, you say this 400,000 in negative or positive?
Negative.
Negative from the executive branch?
Correct.
Okay, but not from what we gave them in FY26?
No, we gave them an increase from 2026.
Right, so we did give them some kind of push from 2026, right? And can you tell us what the lapses were at Department of Labor in FY25?
From the September CRER, DOL's labs, they expended all of their funding.
Okay, so we anticipate to spend whatever, well, they have no lapses right now, right, is what you're saying?
For 26?
26.
Yeah, they're anticipating no lapses.
They're anticipating, but
Yes.
but they didn't give you a number amount of what is really in there right now?
Based on the CRER, this is how we're basing it. So the way we do our lapses is anticipating that they're going to fully fund
Okay.
or expend.
I see. In the appropriations for workmen's compensation, the sum of 1 million is appropriated from the general fund. In FY26, it was 400,000. So is that the month that we're talking about, the increase? This is under workmen's comp?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And does the manpower development at all compensate for this workmen's comp fund, or do they, because I know you gave them a bump up in this area, but because the manpower development is not, tracking like it did, it's just what, 200,000 or something like that, the difference between what you gave in the manpower development fund versus FY26? I mean, no, FY26 was 3,630,669, but in today for FY27 you have 3,460,841. So you said you gave a bump up. Where was that increase compared to last year? What area?
Yes, so the decrease in the manpower development fund, the increase went to the general fund portion for their operations.
From general fund. Okay. Again, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, just again, 30 seconds. Computer, come on. Okay, Steve, I can't get my computer up, but in the general fund last year, how much did you appropriate? Because this year it's 408, 409. What did you give in FY26?
I could speak for the director.
Yes, please.
So for DOL, for the general fund portion, it was 238,581.
581. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Taitigui. Any other member? There being none. Department of Parks and Recreation. OFB, please.
Okay, so for FY 2026, it's 5,426,519. For the FY 2027 EBR, it's 6,678,161. S-bill is 6,224,946. And the variance between the S-bill and the EBR, it is 453,215 less. And then for the May CRER, the anticipated lapse for DPR is 737,995.
Senator Taitigui, you're recognized on Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, just again, the variance between the,
Okay, so the variance between the S-bill and the public law, it is an increase of 798,427.
thank you.
Thank you. Any member on Department of Parks and Recreation? Senator Paris.
Yeah, can you guys go down the subsections, because it looks like compared to last budget, there were some items that are new.
So the new language in the DPR section is due to the PBB requirements.
So they're just basically allocations, right?
Yes.
Okay. But compared to last budget, were they already funded? The ones that are the allocation parts, were they already funded last cycle?
Yes, they were.
Because it looks like there's more allocation coming from the main budget. So it looks like there is so for instance, in item number 5, the 811,126, that's for maintaining, repairing government parks. And then 848,666 for the Guam Historic Resources Division. So basically, you're earmarking it. I mean, was it like that last year as far as the earmarks?
So for this section, it was not itemized how it was in the current Budget Act. This year, we just show the allocation, but it was lump sum into their operations current year.
Okay, so then, again, I guess, I mean, I'm not opposed to these things. It's just, you know, the impact to the total budget, what was used last term, I mean, not last term, last budget cycle compared to this budget cycle pertaining to what's being allocated in the earmarks. Is there an understanding as far as what is changing within the agency? So if these allocations, these earmarks are now set in stone, what is being lost in the other parts of the agency, if any?
There's no changes to the other programs.
Okay, the difference between last year, if you're just looking at the general fund, I mean, the total, I mean, this year, what's the difference again between 26 and 27?
The increase is 798,427.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, has the agency been able to, since the budget has been submitted as of last week, substitute budget has been released as of last week, has OFB discussed these changes with the agency, or has the appropriations committee, have they discussed these changes to the agency?
Yes, it was relayed. And just to add on, these were the PBB selected areas, and we have worked with the department heads and also the directors at our office to discuss these items.
As of last week, was there future correspondence with them?
Yes, we are in constant talks with the agency.
Okay, so unfortunately, they're not here to confirm that. Just like with DRT, after speaking with them over the recess, they were unaware of the possible changes. So again, I think, you know, we don't have the full information of the impact. Although I'm not opposed to these, supporting these elements. It's just a matter of getting the input from the agency to see how it's impacting their operations. In regards to the Guam Historic Resource Division, so I see it's status quo. Do they receive, are you aware of any federal funding that they receive and how much?
Senator, based on their FY27 request, they're not reflecting any federal funds.
No federal funds?
No.
It's a very underfunded section of DPR. I do recall, like, the cemetery, so they are in charge of cemeteries too. Have they received any funding for that? We had a bill that we passed recently.
Yes, Senator, they are applying for a federal grant for 27. It doesn't require any local match.
When is the deadline, or when are they going to hear from the results of that grant?
It has a grant period of It says the start date of September 1st, 2024, but the grant period ending date of September 30th, 2027. So I think this is a grant that's available for 3 years, and they're applying for it, hopefully to get it in FY27.
Okay, so the dates that you mentioned, is that the period of application or the period of use?
It reflects here as the grant period.
Okay, so it's cutting it close. Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sudos Masi, Vice Speaker. Mr. Guerrero, I'm not sure if I missed it. Could you explain the increase in DPR's budget? Am I reading that right?
Yes. DPR, if you recall, is one of the 3 agencies that we requested and required them to submit their budget in 27 for PBB. In the course of doing so, they've went through the process of identifying in their operations where they would like to increase performance measurements and hopefully outcomes by also identified in the KPIs to substantiate the funding requests that they were asking for in the 27. So based on that, we came up with this amount that we felt that was hopefully adequate for them to operate with to accomplish those goals and objectives.
So the increase of, what is it? About 800,000?
Yes.
Maybe you could just bring it down to the, for those of us that are out there watching or don't know what a PBB, a KPI is. So this additional $800,000 that DPR is getting, what is it going towards?
Okay, 555,000 went to fund 13 labor vacancies. $157,000 went to the variance increase in contractual services. We adjusted retirement by almost 89,000, and then we restored back the SHPO level by about 20,000.
Sorry, Mr. Guerrero, what was the first one you said?
20. We funded the 13 labor vacancies at a grand total of 555,000. Labor vacancies,
Labor, okay. So
Laborers.
these are the people who go out and maintain and clean the parks.
Absolutely.
Okay. So as DPR said, they struggle with filling these positions?
Right now, from what they told us, yes, very much.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to note that we're given a $5 million tax credit to the tourism businesses to clean their area. And it'd be nice if we saw that same investment in Department of Parks and Recs, because our people are the ones who go out and enjoy these parks. So does this budget reflect any increase at all relative to maintenance of the public parks? I mean, I see that there's the allocation for the bathrooms, but what does this budget deliver in terms of maintenance of the parks?
My understanding that with the additional increase in personnel, the increases in supplies and everything, that will make a big difference in the condition of these facilities in our parks.
Mr. Guerrero, are you able to tell us in the event we don't fill these 13 vacancies?
11.
11 vacancies, and we come back to the budget process in the next fiscal year. What does that mean if DPR is under a performance-based budget? What does that mean for their budget in the next fiscal year?
We'll take a look at it and see whether or not the performances as set forth in their previous budget, which would be the 27 budget, were realistic and achievable. And we'll go back to the drawing board and says, hey, you know, what you presented in your PPP, although it is your first time doing this, we're going to have to go back and reevaluate to see whether or not these are realistic goals and objectives and make the changes, necessary changes there. Who knows, we might have to increase it if we see a tremendous increase or an improvement in the parks. We'll justify the increase. If we don't, and like you said, we can't fill these positions to make that impact, then of course we'll probably end up cutting the budget down. It can go both ways.
Wow. Are you able to share how it was determined which agencies would be the victims of would run under the performance-based budgeting banner?
In the beginning, Senator, when the budget process was started, even way back, I believe in September, October, when the appropriations chairman decided to go ahead and implement the PBB, the initial one was supposed to be government-wide, but we thought that because of the timing and everything else, we go ahead and just take
a little bit of pushback on that one, I remember.
Yeah, 3 departments. So the 3 departments are, Parks and Recreation was one of the 3.
Yeah. I had a little laugh because my friends over at KUAM, they did a graphic about the performance-based budgeting, and they listed the agencies that perform, and Parks and Rec was under there. But I think what they meant was agencies under performance-based budgeting, because if you go out to these parks, you know, no offense to the employees who work at DPR, Lord knows they're short-staffed, they need all the help and the support that we can get, but I think our people would beg to differ, you know, when you consider the condition of these parks. So that's why I'm kind of where I'm going with this, is that if we're going to fund through tax credits $5 million so that the Hilton, the Hyatt, you know, all the different hotels and businesses down in Tumon can avail of these tax credits for cleaning their area, I just wish we would have the same support for the facilities that our local people want to enjoy. You know, is this budget going to allow them to unlock the bathroom down there at Fisheye Park?
I would assume Parks and Recreation will do their best to provide all the required maintenance for all the parks that are under their purview.
Definitely got to do better, you know. And just going back to what we were discussing with just tourism and the rebound from that, I mean, this is a big part of the problem. You know, we can give millions and millions of dollars to the businesses to fix their area. We can absorb that cost. We can pay for them to do what they should probably already be doing with their own funds. But, you know, when our tourists, and more importantly to me, our locals, go around to the different parks and the different facilities, whether it's, you know, Talafofo bathroom, PD bathroom, these bathrooms are locked up, there's no running water. And I just hate to see this mentality that we just throw in the towel when it comes to what benefits our people. You know, our people, we need to be out here in these parks, you know, getting fresh air, being healthy, and it's just disappointing that we don't see that same type of investment in the facilities that the people of Guam use and enjoy with this substitute bill budget. So, you know, hope DPR, if you're out there listening, you want to work, you know, my Uncle Bill, my late Uncle Bill, Tenorio was a Department of Parks and Rec employee. He retired out of DPR. And I don't know if anyone watching, maybe some of our older folks watching remember, he was deaf mute, and he worked down at EPOW. That was his station, was down at Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park. And, you know, he took his job very seriously, as do all the employees at DPR, and that's why we need that support, not just with the funding to fill the vacancies, but with providing them the means to, whether it's, you know, contractual services, not comfort cuts, hopefully, but contractual services so that we can assist and have that same type of investment that we give to the business community. We need that type of investment in the facilities that our people want to use and enjoy. So, Sidu Smasi, Mr. Vice Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on DPR.
Thank you. Any other colleague on DPR? Not? Department of Land Management. OSB, please.
For FY 2026, their appropriation was $3,811,087. 2027 EBR, $4,309,728. S-Bill, $3,858,675, with a variance from S-Bill and EBR for $451,053 less. And then for the May anticipated no lapse for general fund.
On Department of Land Management, any colleague wishes to speak? Senator Paris.
Just a question. What are the vacancies? Are there funded vacancies?
Total vacancies that's reflected in the 27 budget request is a total of 9.
What does that amount to as far as cost?
428,000.
Okay. Contractual? What's the contractual cost?
And you can look at me funny, don't worry. We gave them 31,000, roughly 31,000, which is status quo to the FY26 level.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on land management? There being none. Office of Chief Medical Examiner, OFB.
For the 26th level, 822,999. EBR, 1,056,911. S-bill, 822,999. And then for the variance for S-bill versus EBR is less than 233,912. And further lapse, anticipated lapse for May, it's looking at 154,496.
On the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, Senator Sanagi, Senior, recognized.
Mr. Chair, the budget that's provided, is this all for the positions? The 800,000? I mean, it sounds like, because we're paying on, I know we're paying the medical examiner a pretty penny. Is that all for salaries? Majority, 90%?
It's for the operation of the entire department, sir, inclusive of salary.
No, but what is the percentage for salaries?
Oh, percentage of salaries of that amount?
Is that about 80, 70%? Because I know the rooms are not changing, the table's not changing.
Roughly 94%.
Thank you.
Senator Tairigu, you're recognized on Office of Chief Medical Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Vanessa, can you give me just the lapses?
Just for,
For Chief Medical Examiner, just the
Okay.
lapses for FY26.
okay, for 26 for the May CRER, it's 154,496.
Now, with regards to the medical examiner in the FY26 budget, we appropriated an additional $500,000 on top of what they received from the general fund with the excess revenue for FY25. Steve, and we know that a lot of that too was not just they needed investigators, they needed equipment, their chiller was breaking down. There were a lot of, equipment that needed to be replaced. And colleagues, we've fought tooth and nail to try and keep medical examiners here. I think we've gone through 3 of them in the last, 5 years. So we're doing everything we can and they're very expensive, by the way. So, we're trying to do what we can to ensure that he has the equipment and the chillers, most especially the investigators, because you can't imagine the work that he does. It's not just, autopsies. He actually has to go out to the scene itself and analyze from there. So there's a lot going on. Is this lapse conducive of the $500,000 that we gave him? I'm just trying to break it down between the amount we appropriated in FY26, that lapse, and then the amount we appropriated, the $500,000 excess revenue. So I was just wondering, is that a combined effort of, a combined lapses of 150? No?
Senator, it's separate.
It is separate. Okay, so 154,496 is the lapses for what was appropriated to the chief medical examiner. So how much lapse is left on that 500,000 that we?
Based on the May CRER, 500,000.
They have yet to use it.
Based on this report, it's showing it has not been spent.
Wow, we need to call either BBMR or DOA, or maybe they're having problems with procurement, like all agencies are having. Okay, I'll follow through with that on my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Office of Chief Medical Examiner? Senator Barnett.
Sujus Masi, Vice Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the chapter with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Mr. Guerrero, as you know, we had introduced previously Bill 27037, which became public law when we inserted it into the budget bill that fiscal year. But what it did was it created the position of medical legal death investigators out of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This was a position that we created in consultation with former CME, Dr. Jeffrey Nine, as he cited critical gaps in death investigations on Guam. And I had raised the point at the time we discussed this measure about people in our community possibly getting away with murder because we didn't have these positions filled. And since we were sharing medical examiners, there was a lot of times where the ME was off island, and instead of having people who were experienced, qualified, certified even, investigate these deaths, what happened was it created gaps where it then fell upon the Guam Police Department to investigate a lot of these things. So are you able to tell us, is any part of this budget going towards the recruitment, retention, or salary of a medical legal death investigator or investigators?
Yeah, based on the FY27, I released their staffing pattern. That position is actually not funded. Yeah, they requested for it to be funded, but yeah, it was unfortunately it wasn't funded in the 27 budget, but they did request for it.
In this budget? So it's not funded in this substitute bill budget?
That's correct.
So what is the amount of funding that they were seeking? So maybe we can do an amendment in a later chapter to address it.
Senator, in their staffing banning, they transmitted to our office. He showed it as a position, but he also showed it as unfunded. So it's not like we didn't fund it. They just showed it, but unfunded.
I'm not trying to blame you, man. Just tell us how much is it, and then hopefully we can fund it. Do you know?
They didn't put an amount of what the position salary was.
Okay. And then out of this, I might have missed it earlier, out of this $822,999, how much of that is Dr. Sue's salary?
You'd have to look at the staffing pattern. His base salary as senator is $400,000 per year.
Wow. So of the $422,999 remaining in the budget after the salary of the chief medical examiner, we're the wrong line of business, I'm going to tell you, first of all. No, but I can, of that $422,999 that remains in the budget after Dr. Sue is paid to go to medical school, kids, how much of that is salaries and how much is operations?
Well, the total amount for salaries on the staffing pattern
So, yes, sir.
Yes, just to answer it quickly, the total amount for salaries and benefits amounts to roughly $762,000.
So of the 822,999, 400, 700.
Is
So,
for salaries.
so there's not much left for operations then, correct?
Try to get the balance, we'll get the difference between that.
Okay. I mean, even with my remedial math, I can figure out there's not much left, which is concerning again, because the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has come out in the media a few different times and talked about how staffing shortages, severe understaffing and outdated equipment at the 40-year-old facility present major obstacles to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner being able to meet its mandates. The CME also cited rising crime, yet we're in here trying to explain to the people of Guam why we need less police officers on the streets.
The balance, the difference is about $356,000.
Okay. And
For
so,
operation.
Mr. Guerrero, that $356,000, do you think that's adequate to address a lot of the concerns that the Chief Medical Examiner has raised, to include homicide rates and suspicious deaths having spiked? The OCME facility lacks the basic resources required to handle the workload adequately. I think this might be a case because this CME and other CMEs before him have been sounding the alarm on these issues. Maybe they've been sounding it so much we don't hear it anymore.
I would say, Senator, based on the level we provided, you know, it is hoped that they can meet those obligations and pay for them. We did. I mean, although we didn't get up to the requests, yeah, we kind of like, you know, looked at the lapses, almost $150,000 based on the current appropriation level. That's going to be the same appropriation next year.
So they're lapsing 150,000?
150,000 as of May.
And they're going to lose that, right?
Pardon?
They're going to lose that $150,000 if it lapses at the end of the fiscal year?
That's what's projected to lapse by September 30th.
And then that funding will be lost to the general fund?
If nothing is done by it, yes.
Okay.
You'll revert back to the general fund.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, again, the CME has raised very critical concerns to include the delay issue with the death certificates. So what conversation, if any, did you have with the CME about this budget, or was this just handed down in the EBR?
Senator, the way we determined the 27 appropriation was just basically what their current appropriation was, what their lapsing was, but we did not communicate with them on their FY27 requests specifically.
So you didn't communicate with the ASO or the CME or anybody?
Not this time, no.
Okay. Well, Sizus Masi, Mr. Guerrero, and thank you, Vice Speaker, for letting me talk on the chapter. And hopefully we can find out more information about that unfunded position, which absolutely is very critical in assisting the CME meeting its very important mandates. Thank you, Mr. Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Any other member wish?
Point of information, Mr. Chair. I just got some.
Senator Tideway?
Yeah, I'd like to share it with my colleagues. I was on the phone with the Attorney General's office. As you know, he oversees the medical examiner system. And he told me that he just doesn't have enough staff. There's only 2 of them right now at the medical examiner's office. And that money that's sitting there is because they don't have the staff to do the procurement, to get the equipment that they need. So they're very much lacking someone to help them to go through the procurement. So that was just what was told to me from the Attorney General. I will be calling him in the morning tomorrow to get more information and what we can do to get those individuals to assist them on procurement.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Sidos Masi, Vice
Senator
Speaker,
Barnett,
for
yes.
allowing that point of information. It's very much appreciated. I think it provides a little more insight into the issue of lapses. You know, these are not funds that the agencies are sitting on. These are funds many times that they lack the resources to execute spending. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sidos Masi.
Any other member on the Chief Medical Examiner's Office? Another member? Customs and Quarantine, OSB?
For FY 2026, 22,238,737. 2027 EBR, 22,238,737. OFB S bill, 22,735,239. And then the variance between the OFB and EBR is 496,502. Oh, louder, sorry. And then for the May CRER lapses, they're anticipating to lapse 2,135,563.
On Customs and Quarantine, Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this legislature has spent the last year holding Customs CQA accountable. Unlike agencies that continue to lapse millions of dollars year after year, we have been on Customs case for about a year and a half now through multiple oversight hearings. We demanded answers and we demanded documentation, and today we have it. Earlier in this session, we heard from both, of course, Lester Carlson and Ed Burns, that Customs has been requesting the release of its allotments. Customs has created a paper trail demonstrating they are asking for the funding that this legislature had appropriated. And BBMR has committed those allocations to be released. And I want to read a letter that was sent to me on the 10th of July by Director Paredo. Buenas Day, Senator Lujan, I'm writing to provide an update on Customs and Quarantine Agency's finances as we approach the final quarter of FY26. The May 2026 CRER report projects a lapse of $1.5 million assigned to the Customs account under the General Fund. Thank you for your oversight regarding this amount. At this stage of the fiscal year, these funds from the General Fund will be adequately spent for 3 items. 1, personnel costs, 2, operational costs, and 3, procurement. For more current information, I provided more information regarding the fund as of June 2026. Total expenditures for CQA are $9.5 million, consisting of $7.8 million for personnel and $1.6 million for operations. The fund personnel and operations through the end of fiscal year. CQA requires an additional $1.1 million for personnel and $632,397 for operations. Currently, $2 million is in CQA reserves. A budget modification has been submitted to release these funds to cover these projected expenditures. This projection is consistent with BBMR's overall assessment of the agency's fiscal position. Based on current funding levels, the projected expenditures, CQA is expecting to end this fiscal year with a projected lapse of $220,323. I trust this will address your concerns. Please be assured that I am personally overseeing these expenditures to prevent any lapses in the fiscal year as the fiscal year concludes. And Mr. Chairman, you know, the majority of this money is going to fund the Asacuda system that is now law. A $2 million investment in that, Mr. Chairman. We've heard that we have a leakage of basically we can recoup up to $60 million full implementation of the Asacuda system that's currently going uncollected. That's an 80-to-1 return in investment, or approximately 7,900%. Imagine, Mr. Chairman, you know, things we're talking about in regards to programs that need funding. In full implementation of the Asacuda system, all programs could be fully funded. We can even roll back the BPT to 3% and still have $80 million in the bank. So again, I want to thank my colleagues and hope they support this measure for the CQA, because as a matter of fact, when we asked the Office of Public Accountability, VJ Cruz, are you still in the mindset that you support this system? He says, whatever the cost may be, it is worth it, because we have hundreds, well, tens of millions of dollars in leakage that the government could benefit in its revenue. So again, I ask my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Senator San Augustine, you're recognized on Customs and Quarantine.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to Senator Tina.
Your time is yielded to Senator Muñoz Barnes, Ranking Member. She'll have 10 minutes on the clock. Thank you, Senator San Augustine. Senator Ranking Member Barnes, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, Vice Speaker. I literally wanted to talk about this section. I rise today in firm support to fund the implementation of Asacuda. This legislature has already made the policy decision to modernize Guam's customs, and through Public Law 35-105 legislation that I helped introduce, we required advance notice of arriving vessels and aircrafts, and the advanced presentation of manifest information to Customs and Quarantine, and that was with Senator Torres and Senator Lujan. And through Public Law 37-82, legislation that I sponsored, we authorized Customs to implement an automated customs system and Guam's harmonized commodity description and coding system, and Senator Jesse Lujan was among the co-sponsors who supported that effort. And I want to say through Public Law 38-109, as authored by the Majority Leader, Senator Lujan, and co-sponsored by me and our colleagues, we finally designated Asacuda as the official customs management system of Guam and gave Customs the legal authority to work directly with the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development to implement it. We have mandated advanced manifests. We have authorized the harmonized coding system. We have designated the technology. Now we must fund it. Colleagues, a law without funding is not implementation. A law without funding is not modernization. A law without funding is simply another promise that the government made and failed to keep. Discussions about Asacuda did not begin yesterday, Mr. Chair. These conversations were happening as far back as 2017. The University of Guam's 2018 Guam Customs Study, finding the gaps and closing the breaches, found that nearly every person interviewed identified customs automation as essential to modernization. The study identified the two greatest barriers, plainly a lack of funding and a lack of personnel. It also concluded that automation is the platform needed to make advanced manifests, harmonized classification, revenue assessment, and risk management actually work together. That study, Mr. Chair, was published in 2019, and now we are in 2026. How many more studies do we need? How many more hearings do we need? How many more years are we prepared to lose? Our customs officers should not be waiting for ships and aircrafts to arrive before receiving stacks of papers and beginning their reviews. They should not be forced to search through binders and hundreds of boxes to find information that should be available through a secure electronic system. Customs officers belong at our borders, inspecting cargo, stopping drugs, protecting our agriculture, intercepting illegal products, and safeguarding our families. They should not be pulled away from those duties to dig through paper records because their government refused to provide the modern tools. This is not technology for technology's sake. A digital manifest allows customs to examine cargo information before it arrives. The harmonized code provides a consistent and internationally recognized method of classifying what enters our island of Guam. ASACUDA connects those functions with risk management, valuation, revenue assessment, collection, and enforcement. Public Law 38-109 specifically requires the system to do electronically receive and retain manifests and declarations, interface with the Department of Revenue and Taxation, improve the assessment and reporting of taxes and fees, and preserve the government of Guam's ownership and control of its data. Mr. Chair, as noted earlier, our public auditor, B.J. Cruz, has spent years warning us about the revenue Guam may be losing because we do not have the system needed to properly assess and collect use taxes on imported goods. And during the public hearing on this legislation, he warned that the loss could be as much as $150 million a year. And even under a more conservative scenario, he discussed potential collections of 30 to 40 million, as noted by the Oversight Chair, Senator Lahan. He told this legislature that the revenue Guam has lost since this problem was first identified could have paid for this ASACUDA system many times over. And the approximate implementation figure discussed at the hearing was around the $2 million. The public auditor's response was direct. The investment was worthwhile, and Guam needed to stop delaying while millions more slip through our hands. So colleagues, sometimes we must spend the money in order to stop losing money. This appropriation is not wasteful spending. It is an investment in the government's ability to collect what is already lawfully owed. And let us remember who is hurt by the current system. It is the responsible local businesses that pay its taxes, employs our people, pays rent, pays utilities, and contributes to our community, while imported products can enter without consistent assessment because our government is still depending on paper and disconnected records. This is not acceptable, and some may say that we should wait for a federal grant. We have waited. The UOG study documented that Customs previously received a federal award to develop a management information system, but the effort failed and the money was returned because the necessary personnel and project capacity were not in place. The same study warned that grants may help with initial costs, but a successful system requires sustained funding for implementation, training, infrastructure, and maintenance. So Public Law 38-109 allows federal grants, technical assistance program funds, local appropriation, and other lawful sources to be used together. This amendment gives Customs the local commitment it needs to finally move forward, and this is also, Mr. Chair, not a blank check. Public Law 38-109 narrowly limits the procurement authority to ASACUDA and directly related services. It requires written justification approved by the governor, requires executed agreements to be transmitted to the legislature within 30 days, and requires rules and regulations governing security, confidentially access and continuity of operations. So we can provide funding and demand accountability at the same time. That is what responsible budgeting looks like. I am not standing here promising that a computer system will automatically lower the BBT tomorrow, but I'm saying this: every dollar that Guam properly collects at the border is a dollar we do not have to extract from the same compliant families and local businesses over and over again. Successful implementation could create a real and responsible path toward further BBT relief, even potentially bringing the rate down to 3%. But that relief must be supported by actual collections and reliable data. We cannot continue guessing about what enters Guam. We cannot continue estimating what taxes are owed. We cannot continue talking about lowering taxes while refusing to invest in collecting the taxes already due. We have spent nearly a decade discussing this solution. We have passed 3 laws building the necessary framework. Senator Lahan carried the Public Law 38-109 to the finish line. I was proud to support him, just as he supported the harmonized code legislation that came before it. Now the responsibility belongs to all of us. Fund as the CUDA, give Customs the tools to do its job, protect our borders, protect our local businesses, protect the revenues that belong to the people of Guam. I will not apologize for fighting for an investment that can strengthen enforcement, improve fairness, support legitimate commerce, and potentially return many times it costs to our island. The time for implementation, Mr. Chair, is now, and I know I have 12 seconds less. I just respectfully hope that this whole write-up shows how long we worked to getting this program implemented. Passed. Now we need to do the work.
Thank you, Ranking Member Barnes. Any other member on Customs and Quarantine? There being none. Oh. Senator Lahi, you're recognized.
Yes, just wanted to check with OFB. So, interestingly, Customs was not one of the agencies brought up by BBMR that whose funding had been reduced, and yet on the in FY26, there were additional items that were funded that are not funded here today, or have those been incorporated, including the 1.3 million for Phase 3 CQA Customs Modernization Automation Project, and the 150,000 for CQA K9?
Let me check. Sorry. Based on the FY 2027 proposal for CQA, it is included into the operations. We didn't line item it.
We did not line item. Okay, so both of them? So another K9 and the 1.3 million?
Yes, it's part of the operation budget.
Okay, but I don't see an increase of 1.3 million. Do you? I mean, the EBR difference you said was, you're saying you gave more than the EBR by 496,000?
Yes, Senator. So based on the EBR level and what the ESPA has, we did increase them even from public law at 496,502.
Okay, yeah, so 496,000. How does that include the 1.3 million?
So with the increase of the 492,000, we did consider the retirement adjustment, which equated to, hold please, about 368,000. So that would cover an area for.
Okay, so what is the retirement adjustment? Those are people who retired, so it's less, or you're saying the amount just changed?
Yes. So based on the retirement, this is for all the government programs. I believe in the budget call, it was 30 point. Hold, please. No, it was a reduction. But then around 30 point something, sorry, I can't get it on top of my head, but then it did reduce it by 28.14.
Okay, so how come the other agencies that are getting status quo, why didn't that affect them? It's just minuscule? If you could stop the time, please, while we wait for the answers.
Yes, Senator. What we did is when we went back and kind of like reassess the difference in the retirement rate for all the departments, there were some departments that we noticed that, taking out that retirement rate would really put them either below the current appropriation level, or it would have a really negative impact on the agency. So there are some that we left in, and there were some that we took out. We took out spreadsheets for those that were actually lapsing if you didn't feel that it had a negative impact.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. But what about, like I said, BBMR didn't mention it, but didn't you also cut the customs training cycle in half from the FY26 appropriation? And they only get 10 per round.
Yes, Senator.
All right, so the rationale for your cut of customs is the same because they're only going to do one in April and they only need half of the funding. I don't know, this is another one of those agencies severely undermanned, it seems, or that's what they always respond when we question them about, why aren't there more people? There's a lot of need for, those who aren't even on duty to be called for just different, work because they're in such demand. Yeah. So, that's my real concern. And then my concern is our cutting in half the customs training cycle appropriation. And then, so from the 1.3 that we did appropriate last year for the Phase 3 Customs Modernization Automation Project, did they use that? What is that status? I thought go ahead.
Let me check, Senator, if
All right,
those funds are used. Senator, since this 1.4 million is using the FY25 departmental lapses, we don't know whether or not those expenses, that appropriation is actually expended.
Okay. So we don't know whether they took advantage of the funding for the customs modernization, right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I'm very happy to hear the report that the 2 million in reserves is finally going to be released to them and that they will be able to use that in this fiscal year. I think it's strange that it's held from customs of all the agencies when they have consistently said they're short of personnel. But I do share the optimism that, the more we can hire customs officers, implement these new programs, these automation projects, that we are going to be able to, process incoming goods more safely and hopefully more efficiently, but that we are also going to be able to bring in revenue for the government, hopefully, from what they're able to account for. But I guess it just seems to be taking a while, right? And like not for you, OFB, but just for the administration to be implementing these things and to again hold their reserves and have them hold off till later in the fiscal year on things that I just think again we are coming down hard on customs for, we want the meth to stop coming into Guam. And so I just think if we really, really want that, we really have to be very consistent in funding them, in releasing their money, in allowing them to use it and to fully equip themselves and fully have people on duty at all times. So, Sizus Masi.
Thank you, Senator Chalahi. Senator Perez, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I'm also looking at the previous budget compared to this one. And one of the items that is listed in the previous budget was the $150,000 to the Guam Customs and Quarantine K-9 units, including veterinary services, food, and other related expenses. So I was looking at the drug detector unit here that's listed in the budget. Yeah. Can you confirm that these costs are going to be covered within that division?
As far as the program is concerned, Senator, yes, it will be covered under the drug detention program. It is a special fund. The total amount roughly would be about $1 million.
Yeah, but I'm looking at, so a lot of it goes to personnel of that 1 million for this particular division. About 916,600 goes to personnel costs. And if you look at the contractual services, it's only 18,000. Supplies is only 36,000. So it doesn't match up to the 150,000 for the veterinary services, food, and other related expenses. And how are the dogs, I mean, where do the dogs fit in this budget? How are they categorized?
Yes, the canine program, Senator, is covered under the drug detector dog unit of Customs.
Yes, I see that, but majority of that funding goes towards personnel. And so I'm just wondering, what are the costs that are going to the dogs and the supplies that are needed to support them?
We'll just let's take the difference between what's in the program costs and personnel versus operation.
Yeah, it doesn't equal 150, I think, because if you subtract out rental and utilities, it doesn't quite match up to 150.
Hey, Senator, what's allocated for personnel? The variance goes to veterinarian services at 18,000, supplies and materials at 36,000.
Yeah, so my concern is it's not meeting what was appropriated last term for the dogs. And again, the question wasn't answered. What part of this budget is going to the dogs itself?
Isn't the dog? Yes, Senator, out of the total appropriation for the drug detector dog unit of 1.2 million, 1 million of that goes to personnel 52,000 goes to contractual, 29,000 goes to supplies and materials. Office rent, supplies and materials is 40,000, equipment
Sorry,
is 70.
which page are you on? Because you read something completely different earlier. So the numbers you're quoting now is very different from what you initially stated. So what page are you on as far as the budget?
If we're talking about the 26, we're pulling it out of the digest.
Yeah, so which page are you looking at in their budget?
You need to go into the department's budget. We're under the digest of the dog detection unit
Okay,
in the
so,
department's budget.
okay, yeah, but when you, just, the numbers are running different from what you stated earlier. So what page are you looking at in the digest?
So we're talking about the governor's request, Senator, of the 1.1 million.
Sorry, what page, Steve?
This is the digest again of the
Yeah,
department.
what page are you looking at? Because I'm looking at their budget, what they submitted.
Page 35, 114.
Sorry, 35, page 35?
35.
Okay.
If you look at the last column, column L,
Yes, so it doesn't add up to 150,000 for the dogs supplies. That's what I'm pointing out. It doesn't meet last budget, last year's cycle.
Senator, this is the request coming from the department.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's short compared to last year. That's my observation. For the Azacuda, so how much, again, was the price tag for that?
$1.9 million.
And where would that be in the budget, the overall? Would that be contractual?
I sent it to answer your question, first of all, regarding the dog detection center. Last year was separate appropriation. However, in this year's, in FY27, we incorporate into their bottom line, okay? We did fund for the SCUDA program. That money also we incorporate into the bottom line, but we also took into account, I believe, the amount for the adjustment in retirement that we considered, that we took that out of their bottom line, and I think, yeah, and all this was done in conversation with the ASO from Customs. So the net increase in their actual appropriation is 492 when you net everything out.
Yeah, I just, maybe, can we get information from Customs to get like an update on, where is this money? How are they actually categorizing? Because the budget doesn't reflect it. The one that was submitted to OFB, it doesn't reflect those things. So I'm just would like more of an update. In regards to miscellaneous, do you have a listing of what their miscellaneous items are for? Because it's at $2,617,000.
You're referring to the department's digest miscellaneous?
Yes. Do you have a complete listing of what's itemized under that? Because I don't see one in the budget.
Yes, Senator, the items that we have under the program miscellaneous is portion of the cost is for uniform allowance. Portion of the general fund cost is for the port security match, which I believe is matching a federal match, I think of 1.5 mil on the federal side.
Sorry, how much of it was matching?
Let me get the ratio. I believe, Senator, it's 25, 75 local, 75 being the federal.
Can you provide the listing, the complete listing for the miscellaneous?
Yes, Senator, as required in all departments' budgets, they were supposed to submit a listing of the federal program inventory. For some odd reason, I don't have the federal program listing for customs in this budget, but I can hopefully find it for you later.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Any other member have a question for Customs and Quarantine? There being none, Customs and Quarantine is closed. Colleagues, we're going to go ahead and recess at this point, and tomorrow morning we will start off with Department of Chamorro Affairs. We will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We are in recess till 9 a.m.